Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to another Ted Coningsby session. Here we are at Waddington, hoping to get the Reds training. Look at this little tiddly little plane, isn't it? Look at it. Of course, yeah, A15 there, trucker heaven. It is the world's busiest truck fest. It's another beautiful day. Or shall I say a beautiful day, a one-off. I know, we're not in the Bahamas, we're not in Akrotiri, we are in the UK, we are in England. That's right, we're in Lincolnshire, in Waddington. We're not far actually from the city itself. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all good and well. My name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman, historian and commentator. Thank you very much for all of you who have come to see me today as well, actually. Just coming to say hello. And Simon, who's come all the way from Derbyshire to come and see us as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Welcome, everyone, as well. We have James coming to see us as well. Also, joining me here is Si, John, Daz, Paul Sadler as well. Big shout out to all of you who have come and joined me on a little adventure. Welcome, and we are in the official Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure, the Wave, run by the special crew, bless them, volunteers who manage the car park. Their facilities are there for the Wave customers with the burger van. Emma, John as well, Andrew as well, who looks after the car park. So big shout out to all of them. And breakfast, brunch and lunch, drinks, refreshments, and of course, like I said, there are facilities here, if you know what I mean. No need to go into detail, but you know what I mean. But we are in the official viewing area, the Spotters car park, and you do need to be mindful. Just before I start, a big shout out to the Royal Air Force Police at Station Waddington. And of course, I like to bring out for those that would like to come and see the Red Arrows. It is potluck. Although the Red's been parked out here is a good sign. Okay, so that's one thing. But of course, there are, and as you can see, a lot of traffic now. There is a temporary reduction in the original speed. It went from 60 to 40 now, but now there's a temporary measure for now until kind of like mid or to the end of to the end of March, at least, will be for the exercise here. And please abide by the rules as well. So the speed limit's reduced to 30. To obviously it does attract a lot of people. We do get some exotic aircraft here and there, and of course the Reds will also be about doing their training. So again, if you are coming, the reason, and I say this from time and time, the reason why they have a viewing area is for safety, okay, as well, and it's positioned in a safe environment. Do be mindful if you do cross the road, okay, if you want to take your ladders across there. We've all done it, I've done it, you know, we're all excited. We look at our little viewfinder there, having a look at our, you know, our screens and admiring our photos, and it just takes one tiny error from both parties, and that could not end very well. Okay, so once you're in a car park, you really need to be mindful about where you're going to be, because all this land here is not public, it's private land. You know, the farmers doing their bit, and there's lots of private land. So the land here and further down, etc., is a no for taking photos and to be on it. It is trespassing, and you know, we don't want to ruin it for everyone else. Also, I don't know if I can get a shot of it, you can just about see the red and white fence. Please do not stand there. You know, even with crash gates, there are a few crash gates dotted about, like any other airport or aerodrome. They're there for a reason. Please don't stand there and block them, or even under no circumstances do you park there. And be mindful as well as farmers access as well. Okay, so you know, the red and white fence is an absolute serious. It's there for protection, and it can, you know, inflict havoc on movement as well, and you will be asked to move on. There has been cases of reoffenders getting a little bit more than a slap wrist, so again, just be mindful. There are signs as well, so just, you know, just do it safely. And there have been on a few occasions where they for viewing across the road is out of bounds. They want people for safety to be inside the viewing enclosure. You know, it's all in the name of safety. You know, we don't want anything bad to happen to anyone, and that's the thing. Anyway, that aside, and that taken in and digested, welcome to the home. Oh, hello. It's like a little a little head just popped up. Hello. There we go. Yeah, so welcome to the home of the Red Arrows, RAF Waddington. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What an absolute privilege it is to be here. And looking forward to our last few streams before I break up and go on a little break, a little pre-season break for me, before it all goes chaotic, even though it has been a little bit chaotic with the weather and stuff. But here we are. So, my name's Nick, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Goodness me, it's a bit windy still, isn't it, Ted? I know, mate, just be careful. We don't want to make that call to go and retrieve the beret over the fence, do we? No, we don't. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. He has flown with the Red Arrows in September of 2021. And, you know, it's got a bit of nostalgia because Ted was in a transit flight from Bournemouth to Scampton. I know, man. A little legendary place, and you know, Ted's actually, you know, arrived in style at Scampton. I mean, if you're going to do that, you know. I believe Ted got on the crew bus for the Reds team. How amazing is that? Ted, I believe he took a little bus journey from Scampton to Bournemouth, where he was chilling with the Reds and flew back. There's some lovely. You can actually buy that as a signed picture. Oh, thanks, man. You right? Yeah, good. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thanks very much. Cheers, buddy. Oh, bless your heart. Well, enjoy. All the canopies are closed at the moment, so we've just got a little bit of wait. I do like sugar, but I'll have it plain because there's no. Very much. Yeah. Lovely. Thanks for sharing. Nice one. Catch you in a bit, man. Right, so the Reds do go up usually Monday to Friday, but there are no times available to the public. It is literally turn up and hope for the best. That's all you can do. That is a good old plane spotting. You know, they might not even go up. It's typical, it's a blue sky. But the fact that they're pulled out is a good sign. Oh, your car park catchphrase, how you doing? Oh dear. There's someone in there as well. Put a little note. Just put a little note. I'll pin it if anyone would be kind to read it. Those that are regular know the drill. It really is. I hope that made sense, dear viewers. Although the Red Arrows can train regularly at intervals throughout the day, there are no schedules or times available to the public. There you go. That sounds good, doesn't it? So that's the thing. We just sit back, relax. I'll talk about the history, and we'll go from there. So, as first things first, don't forget to do your checklist, and don't forget to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up. This does help the stream get out there and reach out, does a good reach. YouTube does its algorithm. So we can only hope. What we got there? 4, possibly 5 and 6. I think there's a 7th just behind that sign. So far I can see 7. There was one singleton under the Vulcan call sign, Vulcan 84 I think it was, that's gone out. So RAF Waddington absolutely drilled into history. It really has a very, very rich history. We're talking back in the days of the Royal Flying Corps, all the way back to 1916. It dates back. It was one of the, again, another bomber station. Has seen a variety of aircraft, which some very, very tasty ones as well. Absolutely amazing. So I'll just show you, as always, those who don't know, while we can. Actually, I'll show you, yeah, why not? Let's go with it. Let me just do a quick nostalgia. So I'll give you the full history in just a moment, but of course, the Reds have been using 2 types of aircraft. Their first one in 1964. They were given these yellow Follen Nats, another wonderful trainer of the Royal Air Force. So I didn't realise there was actually pilots and crew in there. I've never realised that, because we've actually got a thing called the Sun. Now, this was from the Yellow Jacks, named after Lee Jones's Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones, who his call sign was Yellow Jack. And the team was an unofficial aerobatics team, which I will go into detail a little bit more. Now, the point is, the Royal Air Force were thinking at the time that, hey, hang on, we've got too many aerobatics teams, and you know, it's kind of taking away the point. And there were so many teams that were popping up: the Red Pelicans, the Blue Diamonds, Black Arrows, etc., Yellow Jacks. They were, you know, and it was decided in '64 to amalgamate. Now, so the Red Arrows formed in '64 at Little Brisington. I know, the Cotswolds. And the thing is, yellow doesn't really work very well in grey skies, because we do have them quite a lot. So the red arrows for a few seconds were actually yellow, just for a few seconds. I like to say that. This one's had a lot of weathering, so it's the Following That, another trainer, and it was a team of 7. That's what their original team was, but they were so popular. They were becoming increasingly popular. In fact, their first ever air show wasn't actually in England. It was actually in France. So everyone had to wait a little bit. I know, they had to wait a few weeks before the Reds came back to England. But there we go. So they switched to red. And it was in mid-66 that they decided to increase the number to 9. And then in 1979, well, in the early 70s, the Hawk, BAE Systems Hawk, British Aerospace, BAE Systems eventually, I know it had a lot of name changes, but the BAE Hawk, here it is, there we go, and this was their new aircraft in 1979. Look at this, beautiful, the Hawk T1A. So the T1A, the reason for the T1A and not the T1 is because we can't have a red arrows display. Oi, oi. Oh dear. We can't have a red arrows display without smoke. So the T1A could be armed with a 30mm Aiden cannon. Okay, and it's for that matter that they can actually fit the pod that has the die in it. All right, so there is actually a die team. Now let's have a look. So what we're going to do, we're going to talk about what makes a Red Arrow Hawk different to the other Hawks of its time. There are a few differences as well, but of course the aircraft is a trainer. It's a training aircraft, and it's a wonderful little trainer. Crew of 2. So the student pilot at the back, qualified flying instructor as well at the front, or vice versa, sorry. I always get that wrong, but of course the pilot sits at the front, sorry, and the QFI at the back. I'm thinking of Apache, it's the other way around, isn't it, with the so yes, a 2-seater. Okay, right, we're going to talk about the pod in just a moment. So it is a sweet little aircraft. It can go low level. It can really do its thing. 400 miles per hour in just under 2 minutes, which is pretty cool, isn't it? It can fly at low level at 250 feet at 400 miles per hour. It's a sweet little aircraft. Speeds of 638 miles per hour. Now, let's have a little look what makes this a little bit different. Shall we start with the engine? So the engine is a Rolls-Royce Ardeur Mark 151 engine, rated at around about 5,000 pounds of thrust. But the Red Arrows' Hawk has actually been tuned. I know, it's been tuned up to Red Arrow's requirements to make it a lot more responsive for their intricate and very precise flying, and of course their amazing synchro pair doing their thing, and all the rolls around with the tornado, for example, that maneuver. So you've got that, and then it has a very exceptional 40,000 feet plus actually of service ceiling. But the thing is, as a trainer, you need to be able to be a little bit forgiving, and these wings are quite forgiving to the trainee pilot, the student pilot. You've got to have an aircraft with enough lift, but you've also got to warn our little, you've got to warn the trainees of when it's too much lift, or if you haven't got enough lift. And what they've done, they've added these Toblerones. They're called Toblerones because they look like, well, they're actually silver. They're little Toblerones, and they kind of act like, shall we say, like an airfoil. They will create a buffer, and a buffer for the pilot. And what it does, it judders. It lets the pilot know. It kind of does a judder. It's quite clever because it's almost creating its own. It's almost like measuring how much lift you've got, and whether it's got too much lift, or if you're gonna stall it. all right, if you haven't got enough lift. So they kind of have their own, it's almost like having a separate tiny little aeroplane in there, and another wing, an airfoil. That would probably be more precise. And they do move, and they kind of create a little judder when they think, hang on a minute, I better let the pilot know that this we've got too much lift or not enough lift. It's very clever, and so these I've added them on myself. Okay, so you got the smoke pod as well. Okay, so the pod itself, or should we call it the dye pod as well, in fairness. So you've got a mixture of dye in there with the fuel. You've got about a minute of blue dye composition and red, and then you've got the white in there. All right, about 5 minutes worth of that dedicated to creating smoke. Now at the back, which I've had to modify, I know this needs a bit of TLC, maybe I'll get another one. At the back, which I've modified, you've got the free smoke pipes that come out. Now I used to think that it was one pipe per colour. It's not. All three of them will produce the same colour, and obviously on pilot demand we'll press a button and you get the smoke. Now you've got about 400 degrees Celsius to 600 degrees Celsius on that efflux there. That's enough heat to evaporate, and this is what causes the smoke. So it evaporates, that mixture of fuel and the dye evaporates and makes a lovely smoke. Okay, now there are some maneuvers or some windy days, because of course windy days can play a major part. Sometimes you need to thicken the plume of smoke, a plumpier plume of smoke. So what you can do, the air brake on there is an air brake on the Hawk, is underneath and it opens up. You may hear Red 1 calling out for the air brakes, and what that does, it creates a vortice, it creates turbulence and makes a more plumpier plume of smoke. And there we go, really. That's our Red Arrows Hawk T1A. Quite nice, isn't it? I mean, it's, you know, it's classic. I love the shape. It looks, sorry for saying this, but it does look like a cute aircraft. I love it. It's a very good looking aircraft. It's probably a better word, Nicholas, probably a better word. But a single engine, and it sounds amazing. It's very bassy on startup as well. So there we go. A little insight into what makes a Red Arrows Hawk. There we go. There now. Right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, canopies are still not open. This is typical. I've always said this. You get a nice sunny day, and oh well, you don't get much. But hey, we're here for the ride. Nothing's guaranteed, and you just turn up and hope for the best down there. Having a quick coffee, and then I'll get on. let's get back on the show. So, ladies and gents and teddy bears, we'll talk a little bit about the history. That'll make things but welcome to the show, and I hope you're all well. So to become a Red Arrows pilot, what does it take? Well, first of all, let me tell you, first of all, you're going to need inspiration. Why do I say that? Well, how many Red Arrows pilots have been influenced when they were a child by a Red Arrows display and then joined and are now a Red Arrows pilot themselves? Think about it. Think about that impact a display has, an air show has to a youngster, or maybe not even. I mean, it doesn't have to be a youngster. It could be in our teens, and just think, you could be 18, 19, and think, can I do that? Shall I give it a go? Because I tell you what, being 19, 20, I'm sure that is not too late. If you've got it, you haven't, just give it a go. But as kids, definitely we've all wanted. I'm sure many of us have wanted to become a pilot of some description. And cream of the crop and all that, and it really is. And the thing is, you do need to have something different about you to become a Red Arrows pilot. There are three main things to become a Red Arrows pilot. Lots of roles involved as well within, okay, and also you'll need to have if you're going to progress into the Red Arrows, because there's the opportunity to become a Red 1, there's an opportunity to become a wing commander or the commanding officer, there's also an opportunity to become the supervisor, but you need to have a particular rank as well on some of these. So you'll notice a lot of them are squadron leaders or flight lieutenants as well, but I'll go into that in just a moment. You're going to need to be classed as called a pilot that's above average. Bondi was that, clearly. I believe it was called a creamy. I'm pretty sure this is the word. I've heard this before. And so you're going to need to be classed as, with flying skills above the average of a particular frontline pilot. Yes, I say frontline because you would have need to have completed one operational tour. Without that, again, without those two things, that's a no. So a top level pilot above average, completed one operational tour, okay? And finally, if you've got those two, you need to make sure you've racked up the numbers, because you need a minimum of 1,500 hours of flying in your career, your Royal Air Force career. All right, so 3 years. So it's good. They do this to rotate it. They rotate, they bring them in and rotate them in different roles. Now, there is an exception where you could do more, because if you want to become Red 1, you're going to need to have completed the stages of flying in the Red Arrows integrated. So you would have need to have done 3 years already. So I believe you could technically have 6 years with the Reds, and then after that you could, I'm pretty sure you may need to be, if I've got this right, I think you need to be a wing commander rank to be Red 10, which is the supervisor for the Reds, and also access. I'm pretty sure that is. I'm having a look. I may be wrong, but I've looked, and I think I came across this, that if you have the rank, let me just double check, so I could be wrong here. I'm just going to double check. Thanks, Perry. It's a lot to take in, it's a lot to learn. I mean, considering 5 years ago I wouldn't have even a clue. I thought the Red Arrows, this is how I thought. I actually thought the Red Arrows just turn up one day in their planes and there you go, just start flying in formation. It's a lack of, how wrong was I? It isn't like that. It involves practice, practice, practice all the time. And the differences between aerobatic in a team and let's say a Typhoon, they have their own sort of demands, because flying in formation involves a lot of trust, because the Red Arrows or any aerobatics team in formation spend a lot of time relying on trust, and it's all by ear and instruction, and if one gets it wrong they all follow, which is really, really crucial that the leader does not get it wrong. because if the leader gets it wrong, they all get it wrong. You know, they spend a lot of time looking to one side instead of in front. It may sound a bit, you know, unbelievable, but you take the Thunderbirds, they, you know, some of them in their formation spend a lot of time just looking in one direction, and that's either to their left or right, and relying. And if their lead pilot gets it wrong, they all get it wrong. And you trust me, you don't want to be in that position. So let me just check. By the way, there is a new wing commander, a commanding officer, sorry, that's probably the right word, officer commanding for the Red Arrows. It's Wing Commander Sasha Nash. So congratulations to her, new for this year. Perry, thanks for that screamies, really. Okay, so okay, so right, okay, let me get back to that. Let me do one thing at a time. Let me just check Red 10, because I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe you need to be a squadron leader. Maybe that's where I got mixed up. Sorry, I may have got that wrong. Maybe you need to be a squadron leader. That might make sense, maybe. I don't know. What, I'm obviously near what I was trying to get at. Is it, do you have to be a squadron leader to be Red 1 then? Surely that makes sense. Does that make sense? Surely you need to have that right. I came across it and I can't remember where I got that. Maybe it was Wing Commander, maybe, for Sasha Nash, so she can get it. I think that's where, okay, I'm going to go with that. Final answer. Okay. I think I got my info mixed up with Sasha Nash. I think she, yeah, I'm going to go with that. Sorry about this. That makes sense, doesn't it? You need to be squadron leader to be Red 1 and Wing Commander rank to be the officer commanding. That's the one. I'm going to go with that. Final answer. I read it somewhere and I think it was to do with Sasha Nash. And even Bondi, Red 1, he was promoted as well to Wing Commander as well. So apologies there. See, corrected myself, no problem, get it wrong, it doesn't matter. If I remember, somewhere along the line, because at RAF Waddington there is a unit, called the Display Air Wing. Now the Display Air Wing, established as recent as 2023, they're part of the Combat Air Force and they're under number 1 group. And what it is, their mission is to generate, command and control the Royal Air Force's display assets and enable the safe and compliant delivery of display activity for the Aerobatics team, the Red Arrows, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Typhoon display team, and the RAF Falcons. Chinook and the Tutor display team are under different groups, which is why. And I'm pretty sure that Wing Commander Sasha Nash may have got promoted while she was in the Display Air Wing. I think that's where I got that muddled up, you know. I reckon that's what it was. Obviously, I'm always learning. Always learning. So congratulations to Wing Commander Sasha Nash. She's an experienced Tornado pilot. Yeah, so prior to becoming the officer commanding of the Red Arrows, she was Chief of Staff in the Display Wing headquarters, working alongside the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and the Red Arrows. Leave that with me. I need to do a little bit more. Homework there. So what we need now is the canopies to pop up. Yeah, Yeah, we're getting there. See how we can all help each other out and just get to the answers. Yeah, so yeah, I think you need to be a squadron leader to be Red 1, right? Surely, and then wing commander to be an OC, and yeah, something maybe I can ask, but yeah. I love the way we all got there though. It's pretty cool, man. So we're just waiting patiently now for the hopefully some canopies to open up. I've always said this, it is typical, it's a lovely day, and well, there you go, it's a good day. It really is a good day for flying, it really is. A big shout out again to everyone in the Wave car park, and a big shout out to RAF Waddington as well. There are many units as well that are stationed here. It's not just the Red Arrows. As we go through the range, we've got of course 13 Squadron, who currently fly the remote piloted air system, the Reaper, the MQ-9A, although that has been replaced by the Protector. Also got 14 Squadron as well that are stationed here as well. They fly the Shadow R1 that we saw first take off. Also got 31 Squadron who fly the Protector, and 51 Squadron Goose. They fly the Rivet Joint, the RC135W. And when we go to Coningsby, one of the highlight squadrons are 29 Squadron. They are the operational conversion unit. Now the operational conversion unit here is 54 Squadron for the Rivet Joint, the Shadow R1, the ISTAR. The also got 56 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron, so just like 41 Squadron. Although they've got a few gadgets that they can use. 56, the Phoenix, which they were once flying the English Electric Lightning. Mark 1A, 1963 in there, and they were a demo team as well. And they test and evaluate the likes of the Protector, which we saw not too long ago. Also got 92 Squadron as well. Now 92 Squadron, they provide the air training and tactics advice to commanders and units for tactical employment of air power. It also shares its squadron number with the Battle of Britain class steam engine that runs on the Nene Valley Railway, believe it or not. That's pretty cool, 92 there. They've also flown the Spitfire, Lightning and Phantom. Pilots Robert Stanford Tuck and Jeffrey Wellham both flew with the squadron. We've got some Royal Auxiliary Air Force squadrons here. 616 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force, 7006, 7010, 7010, 7630, 2503 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment. So we have a Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment here as well. They, as a regiment, they fall under the Combat Readiness Force. They're responsible for providing on-base security force. They're capable of deterring, doing their perimeter checks, detecting and neutralising threats to Royal Air Force assets. So we'll be seeing them about with Reggie, no doubt. Their motto is freedom of the skies and of the land. In it's written, of course, in Latin, which we're going to go for it. Liberatus colerum et agrorum. Agrorum. It's got rum in there. Right, so I'll tell you what is that? Is that like a little... Is that an imp? Looks like an imp. With the... what is that? That's pretty cool. Formed in 1979, formed at Scampton. Is that the... It looks like one of those... is it the imps, isn't it? With the rifles on it. Check it out. We've also got number 5 Police and Security Squadron ISTAR. We've also got 2 ISR and 3 ISR squadrons, and also the ISR Support Squadron. 71 Inspection and Repair Squadron. Units, the Air Battle Space Training Centre. We've also got the Royal Air Force Waddington Voluntary Band. 54 Signals Unit, the Defence Warning and Reporting Flight. They've got a lot here. Mobile Meteorological Unit, Joint Electronic Warfare Operational Support Centre. The Red Arrows, they've been here since 2022. We've also got RAF Waddington Digital Support Flight, Air and Space Warfare Centre, which is the HQ for 41 Squadron, Intelligence Reserve Wing, 1 ISR Wing, and number 2 Police and Security Wing, followed by the last, which is indeed the Display Air Wing, which we mentioned. So, there we go. Perry, thanks a lot. Creamy, qualified flying instructor who has selected for the role immediately after completing their own advanced flying training. Ah, that's the one. Thank you. At Valley, T2 instructors are called Screamies, and Texan instructors are called Skimmies. I love that. Thanks a lot, Perry. Little 2 canopies up, thank you very much. Here we go. See, talk history, you know, a little bit of info, start getting things popping up then. Come on. So yesterday, when was I at Coningsby yesterday? Sorry, gosh, it's been a long one. Yesterday at Coningsby, in the background, I did see them do the practice to heart. So 2 canopies up, let's ride. here. This looks 3 canopies up. I'll have a look at the others. 4 canopies up, 5 canopies up. So we've got 5 canopies up. Oh yeah. Here we go. So a very warm welcome to Foxy Killer, Midas Dwight, Dieter, Eigen, how we doing? Oi oi, Davey, Margot, Eigen, Ian McCabe, Dieter, Dave Earl. How's it all going? Hope you're all good. Oi oi to all of you. Aspen, oi oi, what up? West Coast, what's going on? JP Mac, Prime Gamer, oi oi to you, who's just learned the vocab. Batter Purple, welcome to the show. JDS Aviation Adventures, Hiker Trash, AJ Rylance, welcome everyone. Hope you're all good. Lots of members on here, keeping it green. Remco, Dieter, AD Causa, what's going on? Joshua Brown, what's going on? Fritz, Babzar, how you doing as well? Joshua Brown. Hope we're all good and well. Get ready. It's looking a bit promising now with oh, more canopies up. Oh hello, who's this in the back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 canopies up. There's a lot of people that don't like peas, but I like the canopies. You know how it is. Look at that, beautiful. Come on, let's ride. They've had a few interesting homes as well, such as goodness me, I'm stumped. Fairford, sorry, it's like, wake up, nigga. Do you know, I just went completely blank. Of course, we've had Scampton previous, Little Rissington, Kenball, and Fairford as well. They've also been there. So Lincolnshire wasn't always their home, and Scampton was a bit of a funny one because it was kind of like been run down for many years, and it was kind of selected as being like a good place to have the Reds. You know, there wasn't any disturbance. I know there was a lot of talks about, you know, where they were going to be after Scampton. There was talks of Wittering, which could have been ideal, but of course that didn't happen, and we're here. But it's good here because there's a viewing area, which is great. You know, Wittering doesn't have one, and it is by, mind you, the A1 is, and you've got more trucks there than probably here, or is there? Who knows? But there we go. Right, get ready. And I'll tell you what is amazing is the amount of bass that comes out of these things. Yes, bass. I know, man. 12-inch subs, Alpine style, innit? Kenwood, bring it on. They do. Trust me, when they all start up, it's like, it reminds me of my drum and bass days, do you know what I mean? Right, I'm gonna be quiet now on that one. Hey, there's nothing wrong with just staying young, is there? Come on, you know this. You know how it is. Look at this. I mean, what an honour it is, though, isn't it? What an honour it is just to get in a Red Arrow, just say I'm a Red Arrow pilot. I mean, that's done it. Oh, I also forgot about Cranwell, because they were at Cranwell as well, weren't they? Sorry about that. Forgot about that one. My ageing mind. They do go to Akrotiri as part of their exercise Spring Hawk, which they go in the spring, April, May, to go to Greece, somewhere nice and warm, very reliable weather. I know. So this will be the morning sortie. So let's break it down. So, officer commanding the Reds is Wing Commander Sasha Nash. Let's go through the Reds as well. Sasha Nash, of course, she's new. She's an experienced tornado pilot. graduated from initial officer training in 2006, joined the Royal Air Force in 2005, selected to fly the Tornado GR4, completed the OCU and posted to 31 Squadron at Marham. And on promotion to Wing Commander here, she started her most recent role, Chief of Staff in the Display Wing Headquarters, working alongside the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and the Red Arrows as well. She's also played lacrosse for England at junior and senior level. Check that out. And of course, the legend, Red 1, which is the team leader who is responsible for the choreographing the display, putting the sequence together, and just literally responsible for the display sequences there. Years with the Reds, the 2026 season will be John's 3rd year as team leader. So that's 6 years, if I got my maths right. So he joined the Royal Air Force all the way back in 2006, and as we established, he was selected to be a creamie, a qualified flying instructor on the Tucano at Linton-on-Ouse. He's also flown the Typhoon FGR4 with Free Fighter Squadron. You may have seen him on which was it? Was it Sky that did that QRA program as well? But he joined the Reds as team leader and Red 1 for the 2024 season. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Amazing, amazing. But I'm pretty sure Bondi was in the Reds. I can't remember what year that was when he first joined the Reds. Anyway, that's Bondi. Red 2, come on, Red 2, here we go. Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, the legend who was the 2023 RAF Typhoon display pilot. It's his first season. Red 3 is Flight Lieutenant Christopher Dean. He's new to the show. He was on exchange flying the FA-18E and F Super Hornet with the US Navy. He's not American, he was on exchange. You can do that, you can swap. There is, which I've heard on the radio, there is a US Air Force exchange, or it could be Navy, with 207 Squadron. So he's come from America to 207 Squadron on the F-35B. Red 4, Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. We've also got Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen. Now, Andrew McEwen made a bit of history for the Red Arrows. He's the first pilot to have come from a 5th generation aircraft, which is, of course, the F-35B. So that is pretty amazing. I love that history. I had a brief chat with him. I know he was super busy. I don't like to hog the time, you know, because they've got so many fans. And I had just threw in a couple of questions. He was telling me a little bit about the F-35B, and the transition from that to back to a trainer was very interesting. But he's come from the 617 Squadron Dambusters. Red 6, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. George's flying experience flying on the front line includes Coningsby as well. He's oi. Here we go, the Reds are... Oh, it's all going mental here. Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Red 8, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. And Red 10, Supervisor this year, taking on the reins from the legend Musket, is now Squadron Leader Stuart Roberts. Let's not forget the Circus and the Blues as well. Okay, here we go. So I've got the Red Arrows air-to-air frequency here. So we can hear them while they're flying, which helps. There we go. Here we go. Startups. Didn't have to wait too long, did I? Oh, where's that bassy sound? There we go. Oh, that was it. Yeah, Bondi 2018. Thank you. Started training in 2017. So he's had many years, hasn't he, with the Reds? Thanks, Davey. First tour, John Bond, 2018 to 2022. Wow. Did you hear that bass? That was like, I don't know. That was a 12-inch sub Kenwood. I was a bit of an Alpine fan. I was Alpine, sorry. You know, the old 6x9s on the parcel shelf. You know what I mean? Hi. Yeah, good, thank you. So yeah, you know, baseball hat backwards, which I still do. Playing a bit of DJ hype. Here we go. So all is good. So get ready. It looks like we got 1, 2, 3. That's a lorry. Was he? Oh, nice. Thanks a lot, Perry. I didn't know that. He was also a Tucano T1 display pilot. Really? No. I'll have to add that to my list of goodies. A lot of experience, Bondy, bless him. Yeah, all about having the Twitters in the right place. Man, my XR3i, man. I remember my XR3i. I'll tell you my setup. It was a Pioneer stereo, right? I'd love Pioneer for my main unit, right? I had Alpine Twitters, you know, in the where the mirrors are, your wing mirrors, right there. And then on my, because it was an XR3i, man. Come on, do you know what I mean? And I had it all flush inside that boot of that XR3i, because that was like a sub box in itself, man. I had the 10-inch, 2 Alpine 10-inch, a couple of 6x9s in there, neon lights. It was in a magazine as well. I'm just trying to think which magazine it was. One of my courses was in Max Power. I know, I'm going all weird, aren't I? There was a magazine a long time ago called Just Fox, and that featured my crazy Corsa, Vauxhall Corsa, which had a bottom end of a 1.6. Neon lights in the engine bay as well to show off at night. It had all chrome and Carabic blue and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was a good setup. Oh man, I remember those days. Infinity 6x9's freeway in the stealth shelf. Yeah, that was it in the Nova. You know it is, man. Come on. Those were the days. Yeah, it was called ICE. Oh yeah, ICE. In-car entertainment. That's the one. Oh man, yeah, I remember them. But I can't believe Demon Tweaks are still going. That's pretty cool. I mean, sorry Demon Tweaks, but you were a little bit expensive. You were a little bit pricey. You know, I am a customer. I bought many stuff. But you're a little bit on the, you know, I had like a lot of Sparco stuff as well. You know, the harness pads, man. Come on, you could be driving around without harness pads. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the one. Foxy Killers, yes. I had the XR3i in the midnight blue, the metallic, and it had the RS side skirts. You know, the ones that didn't go all the way around the wheel arch. I had them, man. And I had an Evo. I'll tell you what, if I find a photo on my phone, I'm going to put it on, man. I had the Evo spoiler. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was the best ever washing line. When I used to go surfing in Devon, I used to hang my wetsuit and towel on there. Right, here we go. It's time for the Reds. I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it for you. Oh, I've got it! Oh my gosh! I've got it! Hang on. Right, really quickly. Here we go. There it is! That was it. That was. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah. Western Supermare, baby. Woo. Man, oh, we got a 7. Yes, check this out, 7 of them. Woo! Oh. Even numbers on the left, odds on the right. It is all about precision with the reds. Here they are there now. Look at this. God, it didn't take long to get into formation. That was as precise as a set of magnets connecting to metal. Look at this. at this. Set of keys, are they? This big. So if you just joined us, we've got 7 reds. I've seriously lost the red arrows here. Okay, we'll go. Well, they are hawks after all. Disappeared. There's somewhere over here. Oh yeah, you're right.
How you doing, mate?
Good, thank you.
Hope we can do a shout out on your YouTube or something.
Thank you. Go for it.
Yeah, there's a...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, when you come over.
at that. They are. If you ever need a ruler up in the sky, just use the red arrows margins. They're amazing. It smells good.
Holding now, mate. A good effort on the left of east from a nailed-in leasing stationary from Blackbeard to Big 7, but the roll was nice and they put it left. Okay. The power. Step to the left. Wait to the left. Holding that, mate. Right.
skies right now. Amazing. Nice. They've got a water shot there for him. This looks good. This looks good. Give me a sec. Let me just sort this cable out. I don't know how it tied into a knot. It has. How have you tied into a knot? You naughty, naughty cable. What is that? How do you get into a knot? Right. I have no idea, but it's actually got into a knot, which is actually impossible. But there we go. Right, where are we? Where are we? these two here as well. It looks like a break to land for these two. Enjoyed it so far. It's been amazing. On that one, yes, but there will be on this one. A nice bright yellow jack lorry. Here it is. And oh my god, right. So we've got 5 still out. Let me just, while I can, just sort this cable out. at this. Nice. The timing of that is remarkable. How we doing? Don't forget, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, if you have tuned in, don't forget to give us a you've been cleared for a smoke on go on the like button. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed this. This is been a nice first sortie of the day. Hopefully we can fit definitely one more in. Just through there, isn't it? Just called that. This is absolutely gold-dusted salmon, this is. Look at it. I'm loving this manoeuvre. I don't think I've seen this before. Precise, the precision. God, they're going to need their driving licence flying that low. Look at this. Okay, so brake to land, a battle formation of 5. Here we go. They do break in numerical order. There goes Brighty, there he is! Woohoo! And again, for the viewers that don't know, it's not our, it's not like favouritism or anything. It's just someone that we've been following, who's, you know, his Typhoon display practice. You know, we followed all his work up to become the Typhoon display pilot. We followed him through air shows. He's taken Ted all the way around Europe and flew Ted, and together helped raise £15,000 for the Head Up charity. The charity flights are really amazing achievement, and you know, to hear that he's a Red Arrows pilot is amazing. Red 2 is who he is, and like I said, it's, you know, it's just because we've, you know, he's got a household name to the channel that we've been following. That's Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, who was the 2023 Typhoon display pilot for the Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
Assisted smoke for the crew. Here's Brighty now. So the smoke is to help the fellow Red just, oh hello, that was just to see if there's any emotional wind direction, accurate surface speed, surface wind, sorry, the direction of the surface wind on landing. Look at that, absolutely, I mean, what a trait we've had. That was brilliant. All this work up, you know, eventually will lead to the world-class 22-minute display that they do together, and I hope you've all enjoyed that. Absolutely amazing, it's great. So we're going to just catch them coming back. Absolutely amazing stuff there. I hope you all enjoyed it, and let us know your thoughts with that. So we're just going to welcome them back just very shortly as they taxi back. So they'll get refueled. We could get another sortie a little bit later on as well. Hiya, you alright?
Yeah, I'm very well, mate.
Good.
Just saying a shout out to somebody who's a keen viewer of yours.
Yes, who?
Martin Davidson.
Okay, no worry. Who's it from?
It's from Colin Miles.
Sorry?
Colin Miles.
Colin Miles?
Yes.
And that's to
Martin Davidson.
Okay, so we've got a little shout out to Martin Davidson from Colin Miles, who's watching the show. I hope you've all enjoyed that.
Yeah, awesome.
Right, let's have a little look and catch up. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Where are you off to next, mate?
I don't know. Don't know just yet.
Sometimes we have a couple of days in advance.
Yeah, because it just changes all the time. It's yeah, you just got to go with the weather, unfortunately, until it gets more reliable.
I know, mate. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Colin. Oi, oi, how are you, man? All right? You okay? So we've got Nick Ward here as well, joining us, as you can hear. Jan Stan, Archie Aviation, thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed it. That was pretty spectacular stuff. Right, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. tell in a minute, but we've put them away. If they stay there. So, yeah, I mean, that's the first sortie of the day, so there should be another one. I'll just catch up with everyone. I'll get Ted on the show as well, get a nice cup of tea time, get car park nice and full. If you are feeling peckish, please do support the Wave Burger Van. And see Ems and John there. It's looking busy, well done. Here they come. They are and I've always said this, and I'll give you that my whole air show spiel of the importance of it. It's and the importance during the First World War as well, and the Second World War. That interwar period, that before things went sour in Europe. You've got to remember how amazing the air shows played, because it recruited, it inspired, it gave an opportunity to have experienced flyers. How do you advertise? Yeah, come and fly, but I don't know how to fly. We can train you. But if they're already trained, there were a lot of civilian enthusiasts. There were men that could afford to buy a plane. I mean, imagine that. Amazing. So not only does it help give a bit of a sense of pride as well with the nation. It's when aerobatics teams around the world, they represent the country, they represent so for the Red Arrows, they represent UK interests, they represent and advertise our Air Force, okay, they inspire our future generation, and I can tell you now, there must be about 99% of Red Arrows pilots that have seen a Red Arrows display and joined and are now flying. But we can put that to one side and not to just put that into a section and actually broaden that and say, look, at the end of the day, air shows will do that, whether it is Red Arrows pilot, whether it is air-to-air refueler, because we heard a story of a gentleman who's seen us at Marham, said his son was inspired at air show and is now air-to-air refueling, with the Voyager. Amazing. That kind of inspiration inspires our future generation, also inspires employment as well in that respect. There's a lot of things on the ground as well that inspire all the roles of an Air Force as well. So air shows are fundamentally an important thing. The end product is what's up in that sky. You may think of the regiment, something that was new to me when I first started. I just thought it was Army, but you have to hear me out because I'm new to this. And the thing is, why would something on the ground associate with the skies? Well, it does, because you now need to protect that airfield. How can you go into the battlefield? What on earth is this? F-35Bs of RAF Marham. Yes! We'll take that. Ted's in absolute shock. Ted, you're right, mate. Ted. That was amazing. Beret down, beret down. Well, what a lovely surprise that was. Nice, very close as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that at Marham that tight together. That was beautiful.
Slow pass as well. Not
Beautiful slow low approach there, absolutely. Well, that was well, there we go. F-35Bs added to our Waddington bingo, if there was one.
I imagine it's a PD, yeah, just practiced or version, yeah, I don't know, I mean, it was nothing like that flat, but yeah, let's go back to the car. I couldn't really get a dare to it, but you never know. It's a lottery. Every day's a school practice.
That was just salmon gill trembling. Now that was fur raising, wasn't it? Oh man, that was good, man. Thanks a lot, Marham. I'll get Ted on in just a second. Well, oh yeah, I was like, what the?
They just appeared from blinking nowhere,
yeah,
didn't they?
that was it was so close together.
I reckon they were what, 10 foot apart?
Yeah, I don't think I've even seen that at Marham. I've not seen them like that. I mean, I'm not saying they've never done it before, but I you know, I do go regularly. I've never seen that before.
Literally, I just got back in the car, but then all of a sudden I saw some cameras facing that way. I got out of the car and went, oh my God.
You wouldn't be wrong in saying
Considering I was watching you all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Very distracting.
Yeah, it was good. That was amazing.
That was fantastic, wasn't it?
It was so close.
Yeah, and with the air brake on as well. That was phenomenal, wasn't it?
Amazing.
I'll watch it back this afternoon.
Yeah, watch it back. That was good.
In fact, I might watch it back now.
I was literally just talking about air shows and how important they are and how it inspires people. And I was like, thank Salmon for those lights, because I was like, oh, that means because if you haven't got a scanner, because I just use it for the reds. That's all. And I was like, I was like, what is that? I thought it was a huge plane, but it was two 35s close together. So thank you to Marham. Thanks, Marham.
I know, brilliant. Are you participating in lunch? Because I'm going to pay for it. What do you want later?
What do you mean, darling? Sorry.
I said, are you participating in Emma's lunch?
Yeah, if you
No, don't. No, I'll pay for it. Yeah.
Just a plain cheeseburger.
Plain cheeseburger. No
nothing. Just cheese. Just cheese and a burger and a
Do you want it now or
whenever you're going. No rush. No rush. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Very kind of you.
About 1 o'clock?
Yeah, that sounds
They won't be out before 1:30 anyway.
Yeah. Bless them. And I'll come and see. It's
Emma.
Yeah, she's in, isn't she? Yeah, that's fine.
Right, plain cheeseburger, nothing in. No sauce?
No. I'm a bit of a plain. Yeah, I like it like that. Yeah, plain like the plane.
Tea as well?
I've got tea. I'm fine, but that's very kind of you. I've got plenty.
Plain
I've been stacked up with tea today.
Right.
You're very kind. I'll put you a little shout out as well, bless you. See you in a bit, darling. Yes. Marham. Yeah, they were good. Sergei Higuain. How you doing? Just get Ted. Just go and recover Ted's beret quickly. Beret recovery team. Oh, right. That is what it's all about. I love surprises like that. Amazing. Right, hopefully, fingers crossed, another sortie coming up at some point in the afternoon. But in the meantime, we may get surprises. That was really, really good. Right, Ted, right, mate. Ted's flag away because it's a bit Morecambe Mindy, unfortunately. Babzar, thank you very much. A high five to you and a paw pump. Guards march. Hang on a minute, sorry. That was a quick guards march. Guards march, thank you very much, Babs, for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's so kind of you. Rosa H92, member for 2 months. Thank you very much. Oi oi, oi oi to you. Margot, thank you very much for the super Guards March. Stuart 9446 with 18 months membership. Oi oi everyone. Oi oi to you. RJ Rylance, member for 7 months. Morning all. Morning to you. Thank you very much. AJ Rylance, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Stuart G, congratulations on your first year of membership. Nice one. 1 year of the great streams. Thanks TCS. Thank you. A great milestone that 1 year. Your badge is now blue. Remco DeVray, thank you very much for your 19 months membership. Guards March to you. Wow, 19 months. What an amazing journey. Belly Bobcat, Guards March. Thanks for the super. Batter Purple, thanks a lot for the super as well. Guards March. Steve W. Hubble. I hope I pronounced that right. I think it's Steve W. Hubble, member for 18 months. Guards March. Jake Jackson with the carrots, 35 months membership, nearly 3 years. Nice. Heather Postlethwaite, Guards March. Paul Pump and a Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A lot of memberships been gifted today. That is so kind. Thank you so much. And Gary, thank you very much. High five, Paul Pump as well for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Amazing. Weaver, 1994, member for 26 months. Big up the TCS. Thank you as always, Nikos. Thank you as well. Thank you so much. Nice, nice, nice. Ding, ding, ding. So, where's the reds at? Where are my reds at? So these are just having their post-practice shutdown and checks, post-flight checks. They've been fueled, they're ready to go when they're up again. So they're probably having their debrief after that. Probably. And a big oi oi to the Reds if they're tuned in, using probably tuning in as well. It does help. It's really useful for them. You know, I did say I'll try and do as many as I can because I understand how useful that would be. They can, you know, play it back and have a look. Interesting to see that. Of course we are quite a distance, but oh, lights are on. What we got now? I wonder if it's the Shadow R1. It's looking a bit packed in here. That's good. What we got now? Ah, it's the little Tidlian. a Grob Tutor. Yeah, it is. Doing a practice diversion. Oh, it's choppy out there though, isn't it? Diversion to add to the list of today's. Almost like a synchro lorry pair there, wasn't it? Richard Brown, how you doing? No, I'm actually in Cyprus at the moment at Akrotiri. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people confused of the blue sky. I know. It is without doubt. But the wind does have to, just remind me that, it's not all fun and games. So, hanging in there with that. Give me 1 second, I'll be on for some more history, and you know what that means. Alright, let's see what we're going to get. See what we're going to get. To keep us going. Oh, I know, I can get one more. Let's get a biplane going on. I'll tell you what, bit of exercise back journey up. Up, down, up the yo-yo. Let's get some history going. Let's do this, right. Oh, and a nice lorry. Ding, ding, ding. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name is a windswept Nikos. Oh dear. Well, I hope you can see me all right. It's still a little bit sharp, but I think I'll be all right. Should be all right on that. That's worse, isn't it? So there's only so much I can turn this round. Let me go that way. That might brighten things up a little bit. There we go. Right. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Waddington. And wow, it is, I'll tell you what, it is really is enriched in history. Really is absolutely amazing. So Waddington was a station that opened as a Royal Flying Corps aerodrome, and that was all the way in 1916. Here we had student pilots, including members of the US Army as well, and they were taught to fly a variety of aircraft, biplanes. Now, wasn't exactly this one, but I do have a biplane, so we would have had biplanes here, and the United States Army Air Corps pilots been trained here with aircraft similar to this. Look at this. This is the well, I'll let you guess which one this is, eh? Oh yes, we named it was on yesterday's chats, and quite an unusual name because of the creature that really doesn't really fly. But quite amazing really to have these in the skies. But they were taught to fly here as well. And of course, the station came under the control of the the Royal Air Force. Got to get that right. The Royal Air Force, because in what's that? Because in 1918, on the 1st of April, the Royal Air Force became, and that was thanks to Sir Hugh Trenchard, who wrote to the Air Ministry to propose the idea to amalgamate the flying component of the Royal Naval Air Squadrons and the Royal Naval Air Service with the Army, and just to amalgamate it together, and they formed the Royal Air Force. So during the First World War, there was a number of squadrons here, such as 82 Squadron as well. They were flying Armstrong Whitworth FK8s. So I don't think they had Sopwith Camels here. There was 97 Squadron. I have to have a look actually. There was 97 Squadron as well. Again, these are Royal Flying Corps as they started out. 105, 117, 123, 23, 203 and 204 Squadrons. I wonder if some of those are still going today. Answers on a postcard. And let me show you the status of Lincolnshire, because we are in England's second largest county. And if I show you a diagram, let me just turn this around in just a moment, because during the Second World War, just to let you know, that there was not an RAF airfield more than 7 miles apart. I know, there were loads, and I'll show you. And And there are a few reasons for that as well, but let me just show you. It's like This Is Your Life with Michael Aspel. Right, let's just turn this round before I alright, here we go. So this was the status of we always car park catchphrase. Right, let's just sort that out. Let's just move over here. See a little guide of there's Lincolnshire, the airfield. Thanks a lot, Parry. I still haven't there is a mistake in this. There is an error, but never mind. I'll sort that out. There was, around about 47 airfields in Lincolnshire alone. Amazing, possibly 48 if you count the whole beach. But look at this, absolute. In green, that's your RFC stations, World War I airfields. And some of them survived, some of them didn't. You can see Waddington there, and they weren't more than 7 miles apart between another one. All right, there was always a station nearby, and it's just amazing. The ones that look like roundels, they're the ones that carried on after the First World War and carried on servicing with the Royal Air Force. So you got Waddington, Royal Flying Corps, and then into Royal Air Force, and then into the Second World War. Scampton was actually called Brattleby when it first started out. So there you go, that's just to give you an idea. This is Lincolnshire, and what a wonderful county it is, of course, and it's lovely. And you know what, I had a little thought the other day, and I may have mentioned it to you before. Let me just pop this over here. I may have mentioned it. Oh gosh. Because of course the Avro Manchester was actually here, I know, with 207 Squadron. It was the first, and it's got a lot of firsts with Avro here, it really does. And the reason why the Manchester, well, we could talk about that in a moment, but the Avro Manchester, with all its riddled with problems due to the engine, but it did evolve into something beautiful. And the fact is that it was mainly in Lincolnshire. Why? And I had a thought, and it's because it is rather flat. So they kept it here because of the unreliability of the engines. I know, can you believe that? That sounds rather... would you like to get in that? No, which is why they made about 200 and didn't see the... Well, in fact, it was grounded several times, and enough was enough. I think it was about half a dozen times. It was a monthly business of it literally being grounded due to the engines. And it was supposed to replace, say, the Hampden, and crew actually would fly the very aircraft that they were meant to replace it with, the Hampden, because the Manchesters were grounded on several occasions. But we have broken that down into a lot of detail before, going through a lot of detail. I'll go through it as we, I think we've got time, and this will inspire aircraft to start up, right? So Waddington began the Second World War with the Hampdens. And the Hampdens, again, another icon of Lincolnshire. It was the HP 52 by Handley Page. It was a twin-engine bomber, and I can show you that as well. And the development was on an Air Ministry specification B932 that was issued for a twin-engine day bomber, and it was literally dubbed as almost having the performance of a, let's say, a fighter bomber style. It was almost like a fighter bomber, because it did maneuver quite well, but there weren't any perks in there. There were no facilities, if you know what I'm getting at. There were no armored plating to support. There was no comfort. There was no warm air. In fact, remarkable really, but they evolved that through the Avro Manchester, and that was something quite innovative, more of a, not an innovation, but more the fact that a happy bomber crew is more of a better operating crew. A happy bomber crew is a much more better functioning crew. What I mean is that the idea of having warm air into the cabins, into the aircraft, was something of a novelty, shall we say. But they did incorporate that in the leading edges, a little duct that will go through the engines and just give some warm air to the crew to give them some form of comfort. But it was unbelievable, really. Really is. Atlas really low to the north. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. North. Let's have a look. Where are you? Let's have a look on 88 Spirit. Oh, right, I see. Okay, so we might see it. We're going to get another low approach. Practice diversion, jigsaw close, keep eyes. Yep, 2 right. Well, keep an eye on that one, innit? That'd be quite nice. Let me just check. If it turns, I think it's missed its... yeah, I don't think it's coming here now. It's really missed the long final, but we may... 350 feet, that's got to be... that's lower than a caterpillar on a leaf. Caterpillar on a leaf. Yeah. Like a caterpillar on a leaf. Sounds good. Trying to see if I can see it. No, I cannot see it. So it should be... it's skimming the hedges at the moment. Now, let me have a... Yeah, that's... So it should be over there. No, don't think we're going to see that. That's quite low, you know, due to the curvature of the Earth. You know, it's, you know, that's all thanks. There you go. Look, you know, that's due to the curvature of the Earth. That is, that you can't see it, because, you know, if it was flat, we'd see it. But you know, do you know what I mean, mate? Anyway, oh dear, there we go. Right, where was I? Handley Page Hampden. Let's have a look at one of the aircraft that were here. Come on then, let's have a go. The flying suitcase. Let's have a look at our good old flying suitcase. Right, flying suitcase, flying tadpole, call it what you want. This was our state-of-the-art, you know, leading the way bomber. It was, I mean, it really did innovate, because it started something quite new, really. Because this, along with the Wellington bomber, they really pushed the innovation to having engines called the Bristol Pegasus. They led the way to starting a trend of having 1,000 horsepower engines. They really did. So, you know, the Air Ministry put out a specification. It, you know, it could take 4,000 pound of bombs, and it was, like I said, it was to do away with having that sort of, you know, 600 horsepower. I mean, you know, that's not very much really when you consider it, but hey, we got to start somewhere. So this was given the go-ahead along with Vickers as well, the Wellington bomber. They were both given the go-ahead. And the thing is, with this, with the Handley Page Hampden, it was given, you know, the all clear, and it really dominated the skies in Lincolnshire. We don't often speak about the Wellington bomber on this part of the country, which is why when you go to Suffolk, Ely, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, you know, that area, you'll see on a lot of churches the Wellington bomber depicted in the art. But it did, you know, and that, to be honest, that is where in 1938, that is where with 99 Squadron, that is where it first started. That's where it became operational at RAF Mildenhall. So that's why it resonates there. And with this, thanks, Chris. And with this was the icon at the time for Lincolnshire. And in fact, it started life at RAF Scampton. I know, right? Pretty cool. But the flying suitcase, as it was lovingly nicknamed, is because, look at that fuselage. Look at that. What I'm going to tell you now is that if you're a bit claustrophobic, well, this isn't for you. It is just 1 meter, 3 feet wide. Can you imagine that? That is, I mean, that's narrow, isn't it? That is completely narrow. I thought lifts were bad, but, you know, that's going to really cause a bit of an issue there. But anyway, the Bristol Pegasus was fitted to this, and, you know, it did its thing, and it was on the 24th of June 1938, the L4032 was officially christened by Lady Catherine Mary Montague Douglas Scott, the Viscountess Hampden, at the ceremony held in Radlett Aerodrome. I wonder if that's who they named this after. I don't know, but what I do know, it was most likely done for the spirit of John Hampden, the defender of civil liberties, which I think that could be why it was added to the name. Anyway, it was delivered to number 49 Squadron, and that was on the in September of 1938. And you know, with its 4,000 pound load, a payload with a 4-man crew, it did have guns as well. We got some on the lower there, on the top. I don't think it had any on the nose at the time. But the pilot, the problem here, having a pilot, you had to fold the seat, and the pilot was in fact, all the positions, once you were in, well, you had to see the rest of your operational tour. So if you really wanted to go to the facilities, I really would probably consider using your imagination. But if the pilot got injured or worse, it was pretty much impossible to get the pilot out for someone to take over. So that was kind of like, yeah, there you go. But there we go, it had to start somewhere. There was variants of, because it could take an 18-inch torpedo bomber, a torpedo, sorry. It could do that as well. With a 4-man crew, like I said. Wingspan of 69 feet and 2 inches, and to give you a length of 53 feet 7 inches. So, you know, when you put that into perspective, the F-15E Strike Eagle is another 10 feet longer. I like comparing it to that. I think that's pretty cool, man. So it could do about 247 miles per hour with a service ceiling of 19,000 feet. It was very maneuverable. It was, it did serve as a torpedo bomber, TB variant, which they made. But hey, anyway, at the end of the day, it was here and it did well. It didn't really have any issues as opposed to 106 Squadron that we mentioned at RAF Coningsby, because there, that squadron had the worst loss rate on any Hampden squadron, so I don't really hear much about that, but it is what it is at the end of the day. And this is why they then had to say, look, let's try and replace these, which is why they brought out the P1336, so to replace them with, let's say, that was for the Manchester. I think Handley Page and Avro were given the go-ahead to do that, but that came after the short Stirling bomber, by the way. So that's quite an interesting one, because then they realised that, hey, you know what, let's try and replace the Hampden and the Wellington. But the thing is, the Wellington had a little trick up its sleeve. It was very, very successful, and it was the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force. In fact, 11,461 and a half. I say that because some sources suggest 61 or 62. I'll go in the middle, shall I? But there we go. So we had 44 Squadron and number 50 Squadron here with Hampdens, and both squadrons were in action the same day when Britain declared war. Their first mission was to attack I think a lot of their first missions were to attack naval targets at Kiel. And Waddington squadrons were involved during very critical stages of late summer, and of course the early stages and the thick as well of the Battle of Britain, and assisting attacking barges and channel ports where they were assembled in parts of the invasion fleet as well. So there we go. So it was more of a counter, as opposed to the Battle of Britain. It was more of a counter. They were involved in doing a counter raid because Hitler and his crew, Hitler made it clear about certain parts of London to not be bombed, and they did. And but I'll tell you about that story another time. So they did a lot of counter attacks. 44 Squadron was the first in the RAF to fly operationally the Avro Lancaster. But we need to go back a little bit, because in November 1940, 207 Squadron received the aircraft that was actually going to evolve into this. Now, I haven't got an Avro Manchester, so November 1940. So let's have a little roll back to that. That same month, the Handley Page Halifax come out. Yes? July, very early July, the Stirling was out. So we've had 2 4-engine bombers. Interestingly, the Handley Page were going to take part in P13 or P1336 to make a twin-engine bomber. They made the Manchester, but Handley Page didn't make the mistake of using the very engine that would be the failure to the Manchester. Let me explain. So, if you have a look at photos of a Manchester, it looks very similar to this. Ta-da! So, P1336, an Air Ministry specification, had to have £8,000 of bomb load, and it had to be a twin-engine bomber. Hang on a minute, the Handley Page Hampden is a... the Handley Page Halifax, sorry. The Halifax is a 4-engine bomber. True, but there was a bit of an evolution. It was allowed, but luckily they didn't use the Vulture engine. So it looked like this, the Avro. Let me turn that round. The Avro Manchester, and I've got photos of it on my little card. So the Avro Manchester was here with 207 Squadron, and it looked like this, with the exception of the wingspan being shorter than the Lancaster. It was at 90 feet wide, and the very first model had a triple, had 3 tail fins. Okay, so it looked like this, same sort of size, but a twin engine. Now I'm gonna just show you some pictures of it. Let me show you Manchester in all its glory. This is going to be quite fun because of the wind. Here we go. Right, so the Manchester in 207 markings as well, which here we go. Sorry about the width. Let me just tone that down a little bit. There we go. So EM Echo Mike. So you can see there the triple tail fin, and on some photos it looks very similar, pretty much, to the Lancaster. Look at that. And like I said, P1336. Was given to Handley Page and Avro. Okay, so Handley Page went off to do their thing, and Avro did their thing, twin engine bomber. But look at this. So the Mark 1 had a triple fin, but pilots reported that it really started to vibrate a lot, and it wasn't very good to have the turret there either, which was a bit emotional. There's our Hampden there. Look at that. What else we got? Sorry about this, it's a bit windy. But there we go. You know, at the end of the day, this is where we had to evolve. And what I'll do is I'll tell you a little bit about what happened. So what happened to the Manchester? Well, the Manchester had a bit of a bad time. Of course, at RAF Coningsby in 1941, they received their Manchester as well with 97 Squadron. They were having a really difficult time with it. So what happened exactly to the Manchester? What was the problem? So the specification said, look, £8,000 of bomb load, you know, it could have armoured plating in there, that kind of thing, and a twin engine bomber. Now, Rolls-Royce weren't really forced to use the engine. It's something that they picked. Avro picked the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine. It's pretty much 2 Rolls-Royce Peregrine engines put together. They're rated at about 880 horsepower, the Peregrines, and they put them together basically to make something on paper to give a power of 1760 horsepower, which that is a very, very powerful inline engine. That sounds quite tasty, to be honest. I think it was something like 27 litres or something. Anyway, this was the problem with it. So Handley Page nearly picked that engine to put in their Halifax, but luckily for them, they didn't. So while all that was going on, the engines, you know, it was here in 1940 November with 207 Squadron, and oh, here we go. What we got here? This is another little arrival here. It is stationed here, little trainer aircraft. Oh gosh, it is still windy, man. Yeah, so it was the, I mean, the design that Avro and Roy Chadwick designed, you know, a nice airframe, but it was the engines that were about to let it down, and the problems were that the fact that the ball bearings would heat up, Oh yes. Ball bearings would heat up, piston rods would shoot out, pilots would report the pistons would just shoot out. I mean, imagine that on startup, that's very comforting. You're about to go into combat. Who wants an aircraft that was shooting out piston rods when you've got like 8,000 pound of and a 4,000 pound cookie bomb in there? I don't think so. So yeah, pilots were like, and crew were thinking no. Feathering was also an issue. They couldn't feather the engine if it was deemed condemned while in flight, and if that wasn't enough, at night sparks would come out, and they couldn't even rectify that one. Sparks would happen. So if you were a night fighter, if you know, you'd be thinking, hey, that looks interesting. So it stood out like a sore thumb, so they didn't really need radar on the Manchester. Performance on paper, it was supposed to be good, but anyway, that's what happened. It was grounded several times, and the evolution of that, and luckily the P1336 was given a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Just trying to think of the right terminology. You see, the thing is, the Royal Air Force really needed something, you know, something to happen. They really did, and there was a lot of pressure going on, and we couldn't have an Avro Manchester. We had aging Hamdens, we had Blenheims that were nearly wiped out, but the good old Wellington bomber was hanging in there and having a good reputation. In fact, it's still right through the war. Made in lots of about 16 different main variants as well. But luckily, I think there was a bit of a leeway. That's the word I'm looking for that Air Ministry specification, and that's why the Handley Page Halifax was given an opportunity to do the same and actually have 4 engines. They chose, I believe, the Mark 1. On the Mark 1, they went straight for the Hercules engines as well, so that was kind of cool on the Halifax. I think there was, they may have put Merlin engines on one of them, but it didn't actually do it any good, so they stuck with it and went with the Bristol Hercules engines. There we go. But anyway, what did Roy Chadwick and his crew do? Well, he increased the wingspan to 12 feet, 6 foot either side. He looked at new possibilities of engines. The Merlin was in demand, though. That was the problem. This is why not many aircraft had that Merlin, but because they needed them for Spitfires and Hawker Hurricanes, they needed it for the Battle of Britain, in demand. But they nearly chose Bristol Hercules. I think they did on the Mark II on the Lancaster. But anyway, he even put a triple tail fin. That was BT308, and it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III. I know. So on the 8th of January 1941, it was actually not quite Mark III Manchester, but that was, I think that was flying at Boscombe Down. Would have had like a Circle P for prototype. In the end, they got rid of the triple tail fin, increased this to what, 3.5 meters, I think the H is, stuck Rolls-Royce Merlin engines in there, increased the wingspan, and we got ourselves a Lancaster, which is why it didn't have its own specification, and it entered service here, and it came here with 44 Squadron on Christmas Eve 1941. Now, and then it was given that name on, I think it was DG595 prototype, that actually it was called the Manchester then. Lancaster, sorry, goodness me, trying to remember all this. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, and it arrived here with 44 Squadron, and then the famous Augsburg raid, April of 1942, with 44 Squadron led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton, 6 Lancasters from here, and 6 with 97 Squadron. So you know, when we're at Coningsby, and I tell you that Coningsby closed its runways to get them extended, 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa. 97 Squadron had 6 Lancasters, along with 44 Squadron's 6 Lancasters. They went together for the Augsburg raid. Absolutely just something else. It was the first time that the Germans actually sort of engaged with the Lancaster, and they were kind of a little bit timid, but they were, trust me, that squadron that they encountered, they weren't timid at all. They were completely, they were something else. They were a crackpot JG2. They ended up getting 1,000. That was the 1,001st kill. Now the idea was to go deep into Germany and bomb the MAN factories who made the engines for the U-boats. This was the whole point of the raid, by the way. If you don't know about the Augsburg raid, the whole point of that was to take out. It was to bottleneck the production of U-boats, because at the end of the day, one of Hitler's ideas was to, you know, like castles on under siege. You got a castle that's got brilliant defense. Just surround it and wait for them to starve, and that's what Hitler was trying to do, using the U-boats. And you're probably thinking, how is that? Good question, because obviously our merchant ships would come and get destroyed. We get supplies of steel. We need steel. We need metals to make aircraft. You know, and we could, you know, some of our exported goods to come in, we wouldn't get them. So the idea was. So Winston Churchill and Bomber Harris, he was like, right, let's go and bottleneck their, you know, disrupt the production of the U-boats. The Royal Navy were trying to escort some of the merchant ships. They thought they could take out, and also the idea of trying to use torpedoes, but then they thought, hang on, why don't we go straight to the root of things? So Augsburg, a place of arts, and I think Mozart lived there. There was actually some sort of carnival there. But they didn't just go and fly out as well, by the way, to Augsburg. They actually thought about it and did a diversion raid with 100 Spitfires. So April 17th, they were given the debrief. 1942, they were given the debrief. There was even a diversion raid as well. What does that mean? It was to lure that JG2 crackpot squadron, the Jagerschwader, with, I think it was Alsa. He got his 100th aerial victory with one of these. And the thing is, what they did, they used Boston's, Douglas Boston's A-20s, basically, A-20 Havocs if you're in the US. But our designation was a Boston. And they were going to go and bomb some airfields. But the thing is, you couldn't just go and bomb an airfield. It needed to look a bit serious. So they had an escort of 100 Spitfires, a lot of Bostons, to go and bomb these airfields by France. The thing is, in the words of Jack Curry, the legend, he said it literally stirred up a hornet's nest because they were spotted. 6 of 44 Squadron led the way, and 6 further back. It was led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton. And he was in front, and 10 miles behind, or even 10 minutes, behind, was Squadron Leader John Sherwood, who was leading his crew of Lancasters from Woodhall Spa. They were flying in Vic formation, so that's 3s. It's like almost like a little triangle of 3. So you had 3 in the front and another 3 in Vic formation. So there was 6 from Nettleton leading the way. The thing is, they were spotted. And they were spotted by the Jagerschwader number 2, and you don't mess with them. They were just like they were annihilated. The orders were to, if this raid wasn't successful, if it was going to look, if it was breached, turn back home. You know the RAF, you know that valor. You know, they had that press on, you know, to go and do it. We're here now. We've made it this far. Keep going, ladies, gents, teddy bears. In that. Of the 6, 4 were shot down. 4. That's a lot. 4 were shot down, and it was Garwell and Nettleton that managed to get through. And you know, it's just unbelievable the amount that were just killed in just that short. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Neil?
Not yet. Thank you. You know, so some did survive, but a total of the 3, 21 gone, 21 were killed in that straight away. The 4th one managed to crash land. So only 2 made it through. Meanwhile, Sherwood's 6 weren't even spotted. Now, when they were over Germany, it looked like to Germany that they were going to attack Munich. They were heading that way, but they weren't, and they were already in Munich, but they turned northwest, and so we're just down to just the 2 of Nettleton and the 6 completely untouched, and things went from pretty much bad to worse. Now, now Augsburg, they hadn't seen the Second World War. All right, it's 1942. They hadn't even seen it, and no one can get in that far. In fact, the RAF haven't even gone that far into Germany by night, yet alone by day. This was a daylight raid, may I add, and there was I think there was some sort of art. There was some sort of there was a festival going on, and if you were a teenager, if you were quite young, you would be in the Hitler Youth, and they were the ones ready on alert anyway, of a just in case. But you've got to remember that they weren't expecting any. They probably hadn't even seen a bomber, they hadn't even seen an RAF roundel. So that first Lancaster coming through, and they could see the target. I mean, they were getting all excited in that Lancaster, because they were like, wow, it looks like the photos. And can I just say, on the day of the brief, when they uncovered that the curtains, the crew actually laughed, because they weren't allowed to know where they were going. They actually laughed when they saw Germany. They were like, oh, we're serious. Yes, we're going into Germany, and by day. So Nettleton manages to get through. Sirens were going off, but people weren't reacting. They were like, "No, it's probably a drill." You know, the civilians on the ground having a good time, music playing, everyone joyful. You know, but suddenly they were like, "Oh my gosh, this is this." And I remember watching a video on this, and one of the those on the anti-aircraft guns actually spotted and said that is a Royal Air Force roundel. So the alert went. Nettleton got through, managed to drop the bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, delayed bombs, dropped them on. He managed to get through and managed to survive it. Garwell, sadly, was shot down. He did manage to drop a bomb, drop the bombs, but he was shot down. Garwell did survive, by the way, along with 2 others. But the thing is, now you've got another 6 coming. They weren't expecting that, so it was 10 minutes later the other 6 came through. Sherwood managed to get through of all that anti-aircraft fire going on, and it was obliterated. Sherwood's Lancaster was shot. It went down. And do you know what? You know where physics can sometimes be a miracle? The impact of Sherwood's Lancaster actually catapulted him out, and he survived with broken legs. He was survived. In fact, his wife actually basically argued that, because obviously they had to inform his wife, thinking they were dead, and she said, no, not my husband Sherwood, he'd be alive, like that sort of attitude, and she was right. So that's another loss there. They lost in total 7 Lancasters, a total of 7. Which is 6 from 44 Squadron and 1 from 97. Was it a success? Yes and no. They lost many men. Didn't really do a lot of the bottleneck theory. Hiya, you're right. How's it going? Okay, mate? You're right. Good to see you. Didn't really have an impact on the factory, and you know, you got to think about when you see aircraft taking off. And we always count them back. Imagine seeing none come back. You know, those beds that those beds that are laid out, and you know, you made friends with these guys, and suddenly that night they were empty. That's a very, very, very strong thought. You know, a lot of these guys, how many of their, men, their friends, their brotherhood were lost, and. Nettleton was awarded the Victoria Cross. He landed in Blackpool. His Lancaster was shot to bits. Ended up there. But imagine seeing none of your aircraft come back, and that was a regular thing. As far as Sherwood's concerned, he didn't get a Victoria Cross, although it was pushed through. But he did survive. So remember, and. Hey, at the end of the day, it's not a nice thing, war. There were civilians that were hurt as well and killed as well. It's not, their target was the factory at the end of the day, and it's a sad thing. It really is. Sometimes you just got to, civilians. What can you do? But hey, anyway, I'll leave you with that for a moment. Colin, how you doing, mate? You all right? That's fine, man. Let me just pop that over there. I'll come down for a minute. Alright. Let me just pop that there for a sec. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and have a coffee, and I'll continue with the history in just a moment. Guys are amazing. Two together, it's probably about 10 foot apart. Yes. Yeah, so a very famous raid. And it was also known as Operation Margin as well. And, it was 5 aircraft of the 12, so that's a 58% loss rate, and of the 5 that got back, one was damaged beyond repair and had to be written off, while the others had all suffered significant damage as well. So Harris recommended both Nettleton and Sherwood for the Victoria Cross, but Nettleton gazetted for the award on the 24th of April of 1942. So we have a Victoria Cross station here, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Only 12 of the 17 bombs that struck the tool shop actually detonated. The 29% failure rate was somewhat higher than the usual. Now, was it a successful raid? Yes or no? Well, look, at the end of the day, it proved something, that the Royal Air Force could get through even by day. All right, it wasn't a complete, just because of the numbers, it didn't put them off, and they carried on going and pushed through. You right, buddy?
Hi, mate.
How you doing? All right?
Just bought you a drink.
Oh, bless you. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't say no. Anyway, I'll just give you. Oh, thank you. I've got it. Thank you.
I've been watching you for a couple of years, and it's our first time over here.
Oh, right, nice.
Come over from Cheshire.
Cheshire?
And I reckon I thought I'll just go over and say hello.
Oh, thanks.
What better way than a drink?
Yeah, oh, thank you very much. I'll have that straight after this.
That's all right. When are they going out again, do you know?
We don't know for sure, but they will. They should be there because they're still there. All right, if they pull them away, it's time to go.
All right.
But they're still there.
Anything else going on here that you know about?
No. Yeah, maybe in the next hour should be good. I'd say in the next hour. It's just a guess, but they usually go up around 10, and then 1, and then maybe 3.
And where is he?
He's here. He's here for a minute. I'll get him out in a sec.
I'm gonna say I've got to have a pick here.
Alright, I'll come down and have a pick.
Oh, nice one.
Give me a sec. So the Augsburg raid, like I said, you know, at the end of the day, it did have some success, and of course, many losses as well. So lest we forget, any aviation corgi collectors, there is a KM B Baker. KM was the markings, squadron markings for 44 Squadron. So a loss of 21 aircrew killed. It's 58% loss rate. Lest we forget. So with aircraft here, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we've had a few firsts, like I said, the Avro Manchester and then the Avro Lancaster. How are we? It's such a, I mean, it may be a story I could come here one day and go into full detail. I'll give you all the crew names. I've actually got all the list of everyone's names on there on each one. I've actually tried to find every single call sign as well. I tried to go through that. It's something else. It really is unbelievable stories. But lest we forget, so squadrons that were here, just to, so obviously we spoke about 44 Squadron, and we've also got 97 Squadron that were also here as well for a particular period of time, and we've also got 9 Squadron as well. So I think 97 Squadron were here just before they went to RAF Coningsby. And we've got 9 Squadron, 142 Squadron, 207 of course. There was also 420 Squadron of the Royal Canadian Air Force here, who formed on the 19th of December 1941 with the Hampden before moving to RAF, where are we going? That way, Skipton on Swale in North Yorkshire. Got 463 Squadron of the Royal Australian Air Force. They formed here on the 25th of November 1943 with the Avro Lancaster Mark 1. They also flew the Mark 3 as well. 467 Squadron Royal Australian Air Force were also present as well here. They also spent a bit of time at Metheringham as well, and of course we did have 617 Squadron. They came a little bit later on the 17th of June 1945, and they left very early 1946. I think January. They moved to Pakistan, RAF Digri as well. So after that, in May 1975, some of the former Australian aircrew actually returned to base as well. So as we talk about 1946, we're now going into a different era. We're going into the Cold War as well, and RAF Waddington became the Avro, became a station for the Avro Vulcan as well, another Avro aircraft. There's a lot of connection between Avro and Waddington as well, and it was 83 Squadron that first received the Vulcan. I do have a Vulcan here. Oh yeah, let's give a little bit of love to the Vulcan. Come on, let's do this. Come on then. I know. There's going to be a few people that are going to get a little bit. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I mean, here we go. I mean, just look at this. I mean, look at that. I mean, how can you say this isn't a beaut? I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Another Avro. And if you've ever been inside one of these, you look at all the dials and all the instruments. They're no different to a Lancaster or a Lincoln, shall we say, in there. A nice, huge delta wing, man. Really, I mean, this has got a legendary story in its own right, you know. Crew of 5 as well, length of 97 feet and 1 inch, wingspan 99 feet and 5 inches. That's about 7, it's about nostalgic. Thank you for the word. I'm getting old. the wingspan is not far off from, say, the Sterling. That was about 99 foot, wasn't it? So it's a short Sterling, a little bit shorter than a wingspan, about 2 feet than a Lancaster, for example. It was massive. Empty weight at a whopping 83,573 £1,000. Powered by 4 Bristol Olympus Mark 101 and 102, and even the 104 twin-spool turbojet engines. 11,000 pound of thrust in each, baby. Nice. Max speed about 646 miles per hour. Again, another bomber. Didn't need afterburner, didn't need to go supersonic, but it was literally the Guardian of the UK. I mean, my God, look at that. Had a, you know, pretty good range. 2,607 miles. Service ceiling about 56,000 feet. Thrust to weight 0.31. You may need all day to give you a list of what it could carry, but it could take 21,000 pound bombs, the Blue Danube, the Violet Club 400 knot nuclear gravity bomb. It could take a US made Mark V, Yellow Sun Mark II, Redbeard, lots of other, even the ones with the parachute retarded nuclear gravity bombs, the WE-177B as well. I mean, it's just wow. There were different variants. There was B1, B1A, B2, and B2 MRR, and even possibly I think they. Am I right in saying there was a K2? That's I'm not 100% sure, but look at it, man. I mean. I mean, what a beaut, isn't it? Absolute nostalgia. That is the right word, man. Nostalgia. Nostalgic. There we go. So they were the first, number 83, to receive that beautiful aircraft. And you got anything in there? No. I mean, isn't that just? And I remember seeing that on over Western-super-Mare, the Western Air Festival. I'll never forget that. I called it handbrake turn, but I was only a kid. Thanks, Perry, for that. Vulcan B2K, thank you for that as well. So it continued that Guardian role here in 1984, which is why they have a Vulcan here as a gate guard as well. And it's actually that serial number as well. Number 50 Squadron, they were here with it and they disbanded as well. You know, this was a place for nuclear deterrence, basically. And during the Cold War, we had 9 Squadron, 12 Squadron, 21 Squadron, 44, 50 as well, 57, 61, 83 and 101 as well from June 26 of 1961 with the Vulcan B1 and B2, but they disbanded in 1982. It also goes hand in hand here with the legendary Black Buck raids. And do you know what? I haven't updated my little diagram, and I do apologise. So during the Falklands, they the Vulcans of Waddington were involved in the raids called Operation Black Buck, and it was 3 of the aircraft and crews from Waddington took part in a long-range bombing raid over Port Stanley airfield in the Falklands. The idea when the Argentines invaded the British islands of the Falklands, if they secured that airfield, we were going to be in serious trouble. Air dominance, air superiority, those fleets coming in, our British fleets, would have been pretty much, well, you only have to guess. There was that those A4 Skyhawks that actually sunk one of our ships as well. Can't remember the name of that. I'm sure someone's going to tell me that in a moment. I can't remember which one it was. Was it, did it begin with an A? Oh man, I'm getting old. Anyway, so 3 Vulcan B2s of 44 Squadron, 50 Squadron. I'm waiting for someone to let me know which ship that was, and 101 Squadron. And the thing is, with the Vulcan in 82, it was about to be retired. In fact, they had to go and get parts. They had to fix the probe. Probes were used, the refueling parts and stuff were used as ashtrays. Oh, bless your heart. You are a star. Thank you so much. No salmon. Bless you. Who shall I put the shout out to? I will do. Thank you very much. Bless your heart. I'll have that. 2 ticks. Right. I'm looking at my the Atlantic Conveyor. That's it. Couldn't remember it, man. Couldn't remember. Thank you very much. I'll make this quick, so I'm going to go and have something to eat before the next stuff up. But the problem is the the Falkland Islands, they were a long way. So they used the Victors from Marham to refuel them. But I'll tell you what, man, you need a calculator. They needed a £5 calculator to do this. Let me show you the Black Buck raids. They did go to the Ascension Island to carry out. They didn't actually fly from here. Let me just show you this quickly. Let me show you, because I mentioned the range, 2,600 miles. Okay, the Falkland Islands, 8,000 mile round trip. We would be in serious trouble. So look at this. Let me show you the Black Buck raids. So they used what, 13 Victors just to get one Vulcan all the way to do the raid, and it's remarkable. The Black Buck raids. There was a few of them. There wasn't just the one Black Buck raid, but the first one was actually successful. So give me a second. Let me try to find. In this wind, it's really bad. I don't care. I'm going to keep going, man. Where are we? Sorry about this. Let me just try to find it. I'm almost there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I haven't done the flights, I'm really sorry, but they were organised into red flight, white flight and blue flight. Just to give you an idea of how complex this raid was. Look at that. There's our Vulcan on its first mission. And you can see these are how many times it gets refueled. Okay, this is just one Vulcan, and it needs to get refueled 6 times using technically 12 Victors, because the 13th was a spare, which is just here. So it's actually someone sent me the flights, which I've got. It's actually a lot easier if I did them in the colours. But if I show you this, so we start here with about what, 10 Victors. The idea is those would refuel some of those. Okay, so this little target thing and a little arrow means this Victor, for example, went over here, right, refueled. Got refueled by this one, and then that one turned for home. So this one over here, to refuel that one goes home. Okay, same, let's go with this one. This Victor over here refueled that one back there, and it turned for home. So we went with 10, then we went to 6. This one here, this one went all the way over here, turned to refuel the Vulcan for the second time, and that turned for home. So after the 6, there was then 3. This Victor here went over here to refuel. Have I made a mistake here? And then turned for home, because how's it got over there? I may have made a mistake. Have I made a mistake? Or have I just done it a little bit odd? Possibly. I may have made a mistake. I've only just noticed that. But hey, you can see these last 2 here. One refueled the other, and the other refueled the Vulcan and went home. So we were left with that one. These 2 over here, these Victors, right? One of them refueled the other one and carried on all the way to meet the Vulcan after it bombed Port Stanley Airfield, or whichever Black Buck raid anyway. Yeah, I think I've done a bit of an error here, but it is actually so complex. Right, burger time. Tell you what I'll do, give me a sec. I don't think I've got much left to go through. We've just got to talk about the E3s. Yeah, really quickly then, just really quickly before I have my burger. Because it's tasty. Thanks, Emma, by the way. Bless her. I'll give her a guards march as well, Emma. 8 Squadron, they moved here. They were equipped with the E3 Sentries, so it was quite, you know, it's quite a, what's the word I'm looking for? Very iconic aircraft, that E3 Sentry. That was in July 1991. We've also got, what was it? The Sentinels as well with number 5 Squadron. As well, so moving into the 21st century, 216 Squadron reformed at Waddington as well, and yeah, and then we also, when we started to get into let's say the MQ-9A Reaper, we had them, the Red Arrows in 2022, the Rivet Joint as well arrived. We got the you know, it went into a different what's the word, different era. It was literally electronic warfare, the ISTAR, the intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance. But hey, I'm going to go and eat this before it gets cold, but I'll leave you with the reds for a minute. I hope you enjoyed that. Just a little history there of Waddington there. It's quite a lot. It is something that you just got to just do it in bite sizes. Thank you. Emma, thanks for the burger. same van?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Let's get back to the doing back.
The cover meets the later this year.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be good. Me just having a little break. Okay. Just putting a few bits away. What's the good. Even on your break, you've got to be alert here. No, not yet. I'd say about what? Oh, actually, is one now. So not long now, I would have thought.
Yeah, well, I think that should so I'm
Yeah, not long. That'd be pretty good. Over there. Oh, hello. It won't be too long. It's usually around 10. Again, please don't take this, to the second, but it's usually around 10ish. Everything's got an ISH on the end. It should happen. ISH, the ish. That's why it's called it ish. And then 1300-ish, it should happen. And last but not least, oh, I'll have a look at that, and there could be one at 1500-ish. What you got there? Oh, Wow, what country is that? It's got a blue sky. What have we got here? Oh wow. Sweet. Oh wow, look at this. Nice, isn't it? It did come out like that. Yeah, because they've got a little competition, haven't they? Shadow R1 just turning now. Got to have a lorry in this. Touch and go. good. Touch and go coming up. As you would say here, resend it. Open. Not many aircraft have them opening from the, shall we call them, a sidewards hinged. The rare one would be the F-35 with its front hinged canopy that opens outwards rather than inwards, if you know what I mean. So F-15, Typhoon, for me they open inwards. Whereas the F-35, the hinge is right at the front, so it opens outwards. Quite rare. Looks like we've got the RC135 rivet joint. That looks good.
Just take it up and it folds up with there.
Oh, here we go, got some ground crew. Here we go, canopy open by the ground crew. Hopefully doesn't close it. Another one. Here we go. Yes. Come on. So second Red Arrow sortie. Looks good. What we don't want now is lorries to mar the view of the rivet joint coming into land, which is due very shortly. Here we go, more to go. Again, a true tribute to those on the ground. Nothing flies without the ground crew. And of course the Red Arrows, the team itself, the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, is more than just the flying component. As well as the team, there's the support team, which is made up of the Chief of Staff, Public Relations Manager, Mission Support Flight Commander, Operations Officer. We've got engineering officers, an adjutant, and approximately 120 engineering technicians and other support staff as well. The support staff, the Blues, because they wear the distinctive royal blue suits. We've also got the circus as well, but the Blues represent several of the Royal Air Force broad range of professions as well. Every team member's undergone it. We're talking about intensive training as well. And of course you've got the circus, 10 aircraft engineering technicians, and they're allocated to a specific red. So circus, they're numbered as well. So circus 1 will be with red 1, circus 2 will be with red 2, circus 3 will be with, what is this? This is another little tiddly plane, look at it. Hello. Prefect. Oh, listen to this. All the best to you. Pilot there, making their way to a career as a military pilot. Because it could be Royal Navy as well, don't forget that. It could be Royal Navy or Army. So we've got 2 of those. 3 canopies up, we've got 3. 1 there, 2, 3. So definitely 3 so far, so looking good. Very close. Yeah, so that was the Grob Prefect, the successor, or at least eventually will be replacing the Grob Tutor. As you can see, it doesn't have fixed landing gear like the Grob Tutor. And it also got winglets there for a more smoother ride. So if you just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. You've been declared smoke on, go with the like button. Come on. If you haven't done so already, give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't done so. Come and join us. You know how it is. Three up. Three. So the Red Arrows, when they do their training, they train in different combinations to go over their sequences over and over again. They don't just go with their full 9 and do the whole thing. It's done in sections so that it's mastered, and then they just put it all together at the end. I say just put it all together, it's a lot more than just simple as that, but they could go up as a singleton, synchro pair, or 2 of them, 3, 4. You got Hannah and then Enid 5. You can have 6, 7, 8, 9, whichever. They will just mix it up each day, each sortie. Here we go, one pilot in, so I don't think we're going to get 5 looking at this. We'll take that. But that's what I can see anyway. Admit, I do like the synchro pair as well. They are quite exciting, which is the second half of the Red Arrows display. So you've got the real tight, disciplined formation, and then you've got the very adrenaline pumped synchro pair. There's around 22 minutes display. Thanks to Emma for the burger. Definitely 3 canopies up. You might be able to see them all. Rivet joint coming in as well.
Nicholas?
Hello there.
RJ666 is coming in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so on long final now. There's a lot of car park catchphrase going on in this car. Just doing the external checks. Welcome to the show, and thanks all of you tuned in all day as well. Aspen, what up? Bama fan, Margot, Blocks, Alex Blackcat, Dieter, Christopher Neal as well, welcome to the show. Dave Holloway, Johnny B, Batter Purple. I've actually left the bears at home, by the way. I actually forgot them. What a bad parent I am. But luckily Ted's here. I do have bed Ted, but he's asleep. Midas Dwight, Denzel, how you doing as well? Jay Bolton, Mark Moody. Red Ted is, I don't know if it's a good idea, but he's back at mine, so yeah, a bit concerned what's going on. All the bears are at mine at the moment, apart from Ted and Bed Ted. I've even left Comedy Ted as well there, bless him. So I don't know what the state of the house is going to be when I get back. Link the legend, THB, how you doing as well? Yeah, I've got Bed Ted here, but he's sleeping. He loves it. He likes to chill out. He's my little personal bear. He comes with me everywhere. He does appear on the show now and again. He likes to practice what's called sleep spotting. He spot planes while asleep. I wouldn't recommend it, especially next to a busy road. Oh dear. So yeah, sleep spotting is where you've exposed yourself to plane spotting with lack of sleep. I had that the other day. Yeah, you know what I mean. El Toro, Mark Moody, Johnny B, Denzel Hughes, how you doing? Hope you're all enjoying the stream. We've got a rivet joint not far away now, which is based here. Just approaching from the northeast of Lincoln. As soon as I got the got visual, as soon as I got the eyeball, get it on. Right, what have we got here then? What have we got here? Right, let's put the reds back on my frequency. Where are you? So definitely 1, 2, 3, and then yeah, I think. Yeah, 3 canopies, that's all I can see that are open. Right, place your bets for lorries, come on. How many lorries we're going to get? Oh. Here we go, reds. You can hear them there now. Here we go, I can see the landing gear now. The landing lights rather. Spikes and a porcupine. Look at this. Is that going back out? Is it a touch and go? Sounded like it. Yeah, it is. Look at this. Yeah. Well, rivet joint 1, lorries 0. Rivet joint going for another go. There's actually no lorries in that shot.
Official score, was it?
Yeah, it's 1-0 at the moment. It's going back round for another go.
Yeah.
First to 3. Here we go. Hi, you alright? Yeah, good, thanks.
The red's up again.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, at least 2, at least, or maybe 3. I can see 2 with 2 pilots in, but I can't see just over that side. So definitely a minimum 2.
How are you keeping on?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, very well, thanks. Yeah, good.
First time I've seen you this year.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been ducking and diving through the rain and all the bad weather that we've had, but yeah, back out.
It's mostly 40 days then, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's been shocking.
I know. Cool, you can smell the rubber from the tyres, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you smell that from the, yeah, you can, can't you? I thought it was, yeah, that's rubber, alright.
That's not fuel, is it?
Yeah. Goodness me, I mean the wind is blowing right at us from the runway, so that's
It's like
not...
someone was on fire here, and I thought, I was just about going to say, you know,
No, it's not me.
your electric's alright.
Yeah, everything's all... Yeah. Right, let's see what we got.
You brought Ted with you.
Yeah, Ted's here, yeah. No, he's always here.
He'd be suffocated in there.
He's got special anti-gravity fur and oxygen.
that.
Yeah, he's got all that in there. Yeah, he's all...
Respirator. Heavy rain respirator.
Yeah, that's it. Right, what we got here? Let's have a quick look at the rads. So definitely a pilot in 1 and a pilot in 2. Not sure about that 3rd. Can't tell from here.
Is there anything good coming up at Coningsby, are you?
I don't know.
Can't hear that.
No, nothing yet. Just the usual stuff, and we didn't expect 2 F-35Bs to come in together here. That was spectacular. That they were close. They were closer than Barbie and Ken. They were.
That's close though.
Yeah, they were that close, man. Probably made of the same material as well. Oh dear.
I put my little scanner wheel on top of the car.
Where's that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. That's there. They're good. They are.
Yeah.
Oh, what we got?
It's only a little tiny mag mount. It's only about that big.
Yeah, it does the job.
I just wanted something small, you know. I thought, well,
Oh,
I
right.
think it's great big bloody mag mount things like that. About £4 or something, not cheap.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, it does. may have heard reds 4 and 5 being called. So let's see. I believe 6 and 7 would be our synchro pair, but you just never know. You never know what you're going to get. May have been wrong on that. You may have heard it better than I, but
What's that? Oh, what? Sure. Yeah, I'll have a look for this. Yeah, it's not. You can get a lower seat if you.
okay, comes the Shadow R1 coming in. I didn't expect the rivet joint to do a touch and go, but that's all good. Touch and go is really important for pilots to get some training, extra takeoff and landings, and also in an event of having to actually do a touch and go for various reasons. Shadow R1, the rivet joint, part of the ISTAR force, along with the Reaper and the Protector. I think I can hear red started up. Wait for the base. That's it. Just, can you hear that? It's to that base, man. Base in the base, Waddington. Base in the base, Waddington. Red Admiral's giving it to you, man. Blade, that's a great film. So, looks like we've got just the 2 at this stage. Is, oh, hang on a minute, is that other canopy down now? Or maybe 3. Oh, I'd love 3. Any, come on, 2 or 3. So the rivet joint coming back round again. Thanks a lot there, Christopher Carr. 1,000 likes, nice. Or was that 7? I'm listening to. I'm wishful thinking, but maybe I heard 7 then. On the move. Come on, let's ride.
20 minutes.
He's at the synchro pair. I'd love a bit of synchro pair action. Who doesn't? Oh, 3 of them. That's fine, because you can still have the. So we've got 3 red arrows. I like this little transition shot where you hold it here for a minute. Here you go. I love this shot. Yeah, yeah. Okay, rivet joint just on final now. Beautiful. So the final score, rivet joint 2, lorries 0. No lorries in that shot for the second time. No, it was good.
I'm going to get 3 stopped in it.
Okay, now it's time for the reds. Oh, the lorries couldn't help themselves. Playing the horn for victory. How dare you! Well, I can definitely hear red 7. So whether we got 4, 6 and 7, who knows? There we go, beautiful, right. Okay, let's get a nice shot of this. Oh no, oh no. Oh, you can smell that rubber now from the rivet joint. see them off into the sun for a minute. Let me just get ready for this. Wait 1 second. See what else is going on over there with the Reds. No. So yeah, that's right. So 3 it was. In the end, those 3 canopies that we've seen. Definitely hearing the number 7, so if 6 is on there, then we've got the Seapro pair with another. So it's potentially is part of Enid, Hannah. That's right, it's part of Hannah, I think. So it looks like there's one missing from the Hannah formation. So this is normal, it does happen. It's nothing to be afraid. So the Rolls-Royce Ardeur Mark 151 engine, just over 5,000 pounds of thrust. Yeah, it is Hannah Smoke on Go. Here we go. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit bright. With one missing, so it's 4, I believe it's 4, 6 and 7, I think, or it could be 5, 6 and 7, but I'm going to go with 4 because I think I heard 4, but it doesn't matter either way. It's Hannah with one missing, which means the Synchro pair are about. Or could it be 4, 5 and 7? That's another possibility. Let's just enjoy, see what we're going to get. Let's see what they get up to. Number 4, definitely number 4's in there. this. Oh, it's the heart. Dedicating this one to all our members. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Cool. So we're going to have another go. So another heart coming up. of the heart. Nice. Yeah, that's good. That. Oh, I love that. Literally. Yeah. It's pretty sweet, isn't it? Yeah. Cool. That is pretty awesome, man. Something through there, right? Full heart coming up again. Going to see it, I thought I'd track one. Why not? Cool. Oh, look at this. Oh, low, man. Don't point that at me. Yes! Man, that just ripped my hair off. Well, there you go, free haircut from the Reds, thank you very much. God, that was lower than a mower, man. Same again, please. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Woo, yeah. Oh, I love this. I love coming in. It's so good. You know, I'll tell you what, it's packed. There's loads of people in. I know. Oh yeah. That was great, that wasn't it? Right over here. They do get low, don't they? Right. Is it another heart? Oh, here we go. What's going on here? Self-critical as well. I mean, it's just amazing that. Same again, full heart and sidewinder. Here we go. That was mega. That was absolutely rich. Smells good. Smells good. There we go.
right for the south headline. There's your full heart there.
That is just delicious from the Red Arrows.
For some reason out the half, I might say first will be, I think, the third event slash side afterwards. Side winder was okay, I just came off the load in one of the rolls and turned out what it was. So I'm going to attempt to number 4. Don't like all the little bit of direction, you know, second further that one. That's perfect time.
Oh, we'll just wait to see what we've got next. Oh, it's been amazing. It's been absolutely cracking this. Full heart again, here we go. Okay, here we go. Just the heart, yeah, it's just the full heart. I was getting ready for the sidewinder. They make such a great noise. That aircraft is an absolute legend. I wonder if it's still going. Entered the Red Arrows in 1979. And that was it. Yep, they'll be running into land. That was absolutely very, very nicely done from the Reds there. Yeah, I believe it is. It's a combined Red Arrows PDA. It's not an individual. many lorries. Lorries nil. Easy. Look at this. There are no lorries involved in that one. Beautiful. There we go. And the Reds winning 3-0 against the lorries there. Amazing. Enjoyed that.
You do get around a bit, don't you?
Yes.
I think you're following us and we're following you. You had a good day?
Yeah, it's been good, thank you. Yeah, all good.
It's just tiring this work, isn't it?
Oh, it's all good. Okay.
Right. See you soon.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Well, next time I see you, probably be Fairford.
Probably, yeah. See you at Fairford, mate.
Yeah. You should well bring that tension with you. I know you and them don't go far apart.
No, we're not far apart.
Take care, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Have a good one.
You don't know unless you do the
Good. That's me. How we doing, ladies? Gents, Teddy Bears, hope you're well and all good. Well, that was absolutely magic. Really good to see the Reds there.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Which is exactly the same, but that
And the wind's just calmed down finally a little bit. There's Ted there now. So we've had to put the flag away, the Royal Air Force ensign, as it's a little bit breezy up here. I don't know if you can hear that. Peter Atkins, thank you very much for your 23 months membership. 23 months is still enjoying this channel. Thank you very much. Guards March. Kino Send It with 25 months. Hi, or I'm green at seeing All Point Charlie Saturday. Guards March. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for your super at Guards March as well. Alan Q, thank you very much for your super at Guards March as well. Paul Henry, thank you very much for your 35 months membership. Hello, great show as always, love the channel. Love you back, man, thank you very much. Bev, thank you very much for the super as well. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the fabulous live and your channel. You're most welcome, thank you very much. Helen Scott, congratulations on your 2-year milestone, 2 years of amazing Tedness. Thank you very much. Andrew Stevens, thank you very much for your 37-month membership. What a glorious day for the for this brilliant stream. Yet another month gone, but also nearer warmer weather, absolutely. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super, Guards March. And Alex Raven, thank you for the super, who's put oi oi Nikos, thanks for the awesome streams this week. You're most welcome. Weaver 1994 with 26 months membership. Big up the TCS, thank you as always. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. Right, I think that is mission complete. I think we're done. Oi, oi, how are you? All right?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Good. Yeah, good, thank you very much. All good.
Day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, it's been really, really good.
Yeah. And then to F-35.
That was just amazing.
You know what? I'm trying to phone it, do it on my phone, and it just wouldn't.
Oh no.
Probably had to watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, watch it back. It was pretty spectacular. I got a really nice shot of them.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
So lovely to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Bye. So we'll just welcome back the Reds and finish up for the day. And we're going to recharge our batteries, our physical ones and electronic ones. Heather Postlethwaite, thank you very much as well. A Guards March coming up for you. Thank you very much for that as well. Well, it's been a cracking day. Here come the Reds. Guards March, thanks a lot, Heather. Guards March to you. Did it in the nick of time. Let you get a Guards March with the Reds. And big thank you to all of you who have supported the channel today, hitting the like. Those of you who have subscribed, all these things are free to do so. Thank you very much. And for those that went the extra mile, joined the Ted Coningsby channel as a member, who took out the membership, gifted membership and super chats and super stickers alike. Thank you so much. And you probably would have heard some of those milestones from our fans that are members, you know, in double figures, in the, you know, in the 30s as well. It's such a, I mean, that's just a true testament. This is the equivalent of a truck version of a carrier. Look at this. Well, there we go. What a way to end the day. That was amazing. See ya. Bye, man. How's that going? Right, I think that is mission complete. Wow, there we go. We got there in the end, eh? That was amazing. That was amazing. And the F-35Bs as well, amazing. Thank you very much to all our viewers and our members as well. Thank you so much, members. Thanks a lot to Spanner Flight as well. Thank you very much for your work today. Thank you so much. So, RAF Waddington, thank you very much. And of course, our Red Arrows, thank you so much. And to our viewers and members, big salute to all of you. And I hope you have a brilliant rest of your day, evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. You've been tuned in to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. So, this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and we're just keeping things sweet like a sugar beet. Oh yeah! Oh dear, I was doing so well till right to the end. So for the last time for today with the windswept air, it is see you soon. Wish you well, everyone. Take care. See ya. Sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.